Okay, how are we doing? Bit late with the stream, but it is what it is. Had some setup issues here. It's been so long since I did one from this seat. I forgot like placement for all the hardware and software setup and everything. So, okay, so a bit of a bit of an intro on what we're doing today. I'm completing an achievement on the Long Dark, very specific, difficult achievement. Well, it can be difficult if we're doing it like we are. It can be done relatively easily also. But why would we do that? So I wasn't sure I was going to do this because this is actually kind of like the execution of the achievement itself is quite boring. Most of it is in the preparation, which also is boring, but there's not a lot of drama aside from like will we complete it successfully. The act of it is literally sitting in the dark, killing time. And I did the prep over the past few weeks. Like, I guess maybe I should have recorded parts of animated video. That would be the more effective way to do this, but, you know, I'm lazy, and videos are tough, so. But I did want to do it because I wanted proof that I did it this way. Like, you can get the achievement in a much more simple way, but I wanted proof that I did it in the more challenging way. And there's not a lot of guides for this. Because it's, you know, it's usually it's a really simple recommendation. You list like a couple steps and that's it. Like there's not much to it. So you need to make it harder for yourself kind of in order to require a guide. So relatively few people have done that. But there's a couple good ones that I'm going to try and link in the comments or whatever. But this will add to kind of that library, and there's some things that weren't clear from the guides I read, so I sort of had to figure out solutions myself, and this will cover those areas, obviously, and then changes I made. And my strategy is different from the primary guide that I was following for this in one major way, which I think is easy. Depending on how you play the game, makes it easier. So anyway, let's get started. Now I should also preface this for anyone that doesn't watch the channel, which would be basically everyone. I should preface this by saying that I'm not an expert at this game. Like I'm not some Long Dark master. Like I've barely played above Pilgrim really. Except the challenges. I've done all these, but there are other people with like better Long Dark knowledge. Like I'm sure there's plenty of stuff in this that are just things I could have done like a dozen different ways that would have made more sense. But whatever. But I enjoy the game, so. Oh, we're in. I killed the music, but I might actually turn this back on in a bit. Somewhere. Okay, so let me talk about what the challenge actually is while we pack up the last of our supplies. We're here. Wait, let me check the levels one more time. Testing. No, that's super. This is a bit better. Why do I never get this right? There we go. That's pretty good. So what this is the. Let me read the description of the achievement because that's a good place to start. The achievement itself: survive 25 consecutive days inside the Langston Mine. So what the Langston Mine is a location on the map. It is what it says. It's the biggest like mine location. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's self-contained, although it does have multiple entrances and exits. But it's just a massive mine with a ton of mine features in it. I don't even know what they were mining out of it. Coal? I don't think. But it becomes important in the... DLC quests, survival quests. What are we looking at? 35. So you can see we have a lot of spare food here, but that... just hoping it's enough. I keep getting more and more paranoid. I keep grabbing more and more fuel as I get paranoid about this. Are any of these full? No. Jesus. Keep getting more and more paranoid about lantern oil. And just as it says, they want us to survive 25 days inside it. So obviously mines are going to have limited resources since it's fairly self-contained and small. I mean, this one's big, but even so. So you would believe you would understandably need to hoard a lot of stuff like fire-burning materials and food. But the additional challenge is that these are going to be key to our strategy. These look like nothing, but this actually represents that, what, possibly tens of thousands of calories?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Yeah, well, tough. We're just gonna have to lug it. Overweight. Oh, here. But what adds a wrinkle to that is that there is an affliction of the game called cabin fever. So what this is that if you spend too much time inside a space like we're in now, you get cabin fever, and that prevents you from... It causes a few things, but the main one is that you can't regain stamina. Not stamina, but fatigue, the second meter, the eyeball. You can't regain that while you have cabin fever. And so you need to go outside. So you need to spend more time outside. And so it's like a rolling count over the past 5 days in the game. I don't know exactly what the balance is, whether you need to spend more time inside or outside, or if there's some proportion, like a third of your time needs to be, less than a third of your time needs to be inside, or whatever it is. I'm not exactly sure the number, but it's in that ballpark, like half and half. I'm not even sure it's close to that. I'm not exactly sure the number, but basically you need to spend every 5 days, essentially. Over the previous 5 days, you need to be spending time outside. So if you're in a mine, that counts as interior space, and you get cabin fever, which typically means you wouldn't be able to sleep. Drop one of those, I think. I think that's everything. I guarantee there's going to be something critical that I'm just missing. Okay, let's go. Oh man, I'm moving pretty slow here. Let's throw up the fire log. Got our pemmican though, right? So that is absolutely crucial, this section. So basically you won't be able to sleep, and if your fatigue meter doesn't get refreshed, then just like any of the other 4 meters, you will lose condition and eventually die. weather. This is perfect. So, that's basically the challenge we're facing, is finding ways to overcome cabin fever, in addition to doing all the stockpiling we need for food and fuel and source of water. The DLC suites, beautiful. There's our transfer pass. This is our main base for the DLC regions. Rabbits. So, that's the thing, is the cabin fever thing. Like, there's different ways to defeat this, and one of the most obvious and easiest ways to do it is to play on the easiest difficulty level, which does not have cabin fever. And in that case, it just becomes a matter of stockpiling the food and killing the time to do this. It'd take a little time, but you can do this pretty quickly. The other kind of like you gimme,
any of this gear.
you cannot. The other kind of gimme way to do this is with a feat. One of the feats you can earn called Settled Mine, which I do actually have access to, but it isn't implied. You need to select this when you create the game, like at the start of the game. You can choose some of these perks, kind of. And so if you select this one, you will not get cabin fever at all in that save file. And so again, it just becomes a stockpiling effort. You can do that on any difficulty too. So that's some people like that when unrelated to this challenge, just because they want to be able to stay inside more, and I kind of understand that. But I think the reasons, from my understanding, the reason the cabin fever exists in the game. So this is like obviously a outdoor simulator, a survival simulator. Simulator's not the right word. A survival game. Oh, that's not good. Just walking. I really don't want to have to fight a wolf here. You know what? I'm not going to mess around with this. I want to drive in the right direction at least. Just full aggro. So those are the easy ways to do it. Like, it really can be a simple thing. A lot of people do that to just check off an achievement. And that is frankly the reason why there's so few guides, because usually you'll see like a one-line post where someone says, just do it on Pilgrim or play with Settled Mine. And then it just becomes about mastering the Zone of Contamination. So in addition to cabin fever, that's another reason why. Well, let me actually finish the thought. So those are the easiest ways to do it. There's actually more challenging ways to do it than how we're doing it. Play it on the harder difficulty levels, and also not pick Settled Mine. That adds definitely a wrinkle, just getting to the challenge and, just basically playing the game. And then some people have speculated whether they can do this on misery mode. And it's unclear whether that can even happen. But I'm sure someone who attempted it. I'm sure many people have attempted it. Well, several people at least. Anyway, so the other challenges are the region itself. So the mine is located inside the Zone of Contamination, which is like it's filled with kind of like hazardous waste. in certain sections. I try to avoid it, obviously, because it has a lot of damaging effects, but I think I can point out a patch of it. But the zone is filled with these, and it's a pain to move around. And as a result of that contamination, the primary wildlife in this area are these irradiated wolves. These sickly wolves, and they're terrible. They're like a little more weird and aggressive than normal wolves. And when you kill them, you get no meat from them. It's toxic to eat this meat, so you can get like furs and gut only. I really wish I didn't have to waste a flare, but I should. So moving around the zone of contamination is a pain to begin with. And the mine itself has some specific dangers that we'll go over kind of when we, once I'm in there. I'm just gonna click on down here. What's the story? Let's do this. A couple of those sickly wolves down there. They're all like scraggly and hunched over. It's terrible. That'd be great if my flare died just as we got to him. I think we can go around the perimeter though, so I don't have to cross through that lake. To the DLC cave that connects the 3 regions. Yeah, it's hard to make out, but you can see that they're like hunched over and gross looking. I'm not even encumbered, and it's just killing my supplies. So let me get back to cabin fever. My knock got cut off. So the idea is this is a, you know, they want you out exploring the world, but when it, especially when the game was first released, it was more limited. There wasn't very many territories. So you could kind of like max out what you could explore pretty quickly. And then the challenge became about just how long you could survive, because it was also a lot more difficult. Like you would run out of supplies a lot more quickly. So survival took some real effort. This is one of the more beautiful spots in the game behind this waterfall. What is it? The Enduring Waterfall. So strategies to like maximize the amount of time you could survive developed. And a lot of these sort of were basically just hibernating indoors. And so to discourage just like outright camping for days upon days on end, cabin fever was developed. Just to force you to go outside. So it is irritating, but honestly, to me, it doesn't affect me too much, except when I'm doing like heavy crafting over a period of time. It does seem to strike inconveniently when you had done a bout of crafting but had been outdoors, but then were ready to go outdoors, but then a blizzard hits, forcing you to stay inside. So having a good knowledge of local caves is pretty critical for combating this affliction. So we're playing this on Voyager, which is like the second difficulty level. It's not super hard, lots of supplies. This was the save game I started when I came back to the game, basically. It's the one I've done most of the streams in. We pretty much explored everything, and so I was like, I got up almost all the achievements I can get, except for a couple real long-term ones. That's why I still have the save going, just killing time, basically. And I looked at this achievement, I hadn't planned to do it, because I was like, oh, at some point I'll just do it with settled mind. And, I got to thinking about whether I could do it or not without it. So this run kind of slowly came together. Started doing some prep, kind of seemed like it was maybe possible, kept working at it. And it's chilly out here this morning. It's almost midday and I'm so cold. What's wrong with my clothes? No? Kind of like damaged. I got blindsided by one of those wolves recently. Just in the last in-game day or so, shredded up some of my clothes. Crap, actually got a viewer. It's probably me, probably secretly doing it. Fire, so go. Okay, so You see some lovely natural wildlife taking this route. We're gonna miss kind of the main features of the Zone of Contamination, unfortunately, like the mine head building and all the like, support buildings. But I like to take this route because it avoids a lot of the toxic hazards and anything in here we're forgetting, anything we need to leave. I'm gonna drop some stuff and take 2 trips. Where we got attacked by a wolf right inside our own cave. Shocking. This is kind of the staging cave, and the mine entrance is right up the hill. Let's drop you and drop you, and then we have the pemmican. Let's get all that up there. Oh, this. Let's go with that. Oh, and the pots. Jeez, it's time. Already burned that much fatigue, unbelievable. Okay, we'll get all this stuff up and then we'll come back for our firewood and everything. I've got my axe right, yeah. I mentioned it here, I might be able to see it on the way back. I mentioned I was going to see that, point out that contaminated zone, but it's tough to see from here. I'm gonna come out and chop this wood. I'm sure there's some fur around here, that would save me some time. Alright, this is our mine entrance as seen in the thumbnail. The miner's footpath. You can see we've piled a decent amount of supplies here. On the stream, I can barely see anything. Nice supply bin. Okay, here's some of the things we're gonna need. I see some of the firewood I've hoarded. I've already got 1 fire log, I'll probably be fine. I had a 3rd MRE. What happened to that? Is it outside, probably? Yeah. Pemmican will drop by the door. Nearly 50 servings in that bundle. Okay, so I'll get into this. So the things we need to think about for this challenge. Chop some wood. gonna need to manage basically the 4 meters, just like everything else. Now, temperature is great because the mine is very warm. This is not a concern at all. Throughout the duration of the challenge, we'll never have to be concerned about heat. Oh, great. No, that shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's something we just won't have to think about at all. Fatigue is the main one. That's the primary thing. We'll get into that later. Water's not so much of an issue. We have access to a fire down there, and that's why I'm bringing the pots. We can make plenty of water. It's just a question of having enough firewood, which is part of what I'm addressing right now. Calculated we need about 50 hours of burn time. I mean, Jesus, just from that pile that I saw back there, we're getting pretty close. And there should be coal inside the mine, but I don't know how much. So, I don't want to take that for granted. Is this fir? If that's a fir branch, I'll cut that for sure. No, it's cedar. And that's for both food and water. Some of this has got to be fur. I get myself completely lost. That's fur. Got both of these. This should do us, honestly. The wolf that attacked me. Rest in peace. So this is water. Basically, we'll spend a lot of our time at the start of this just making water. And then food. Obviously is a big one. So we need something like, from what I understand from the guide I'm following, we need about 75,000 calories. One of these steaks is around 1,000 calories. The moose is a bit more, but I'm using, just for safety, I'm using 1,000 as the figure there. And then pemmican is about 500 a bar. Should I sleep and go up in the morning? No, I'm going to move the firewood up tonight. That seems like a good idea. This is 27 hours of burn time right here. That should actually be like, we should actually be pretty good with everything that we have. So. Some of the meat too. So this is what the stakes are. We did a ton of hunting right in this region the last couple of days. We killed a bear and like 60 or something, some huge amount of meat. I've never killed that much stuff. I've never done that much hunting in such a short period of time. In this game, like just burning through ammo. This way, jeez, this fog. So we stockpiled that. So that leads us to the fatigue meter. This is the trick to this. Like the cabin fever thing is the wrinkle that you have to attack. So typically, as you fatigue, eventually you just sleep. You follow a natural cycle where you just like do your stuff and then at night you sleep and you recover your fatigue meter. I'm gonna try and carry some of this down actually. But with cabin fever, you're not going to recover that fatigue meter when you sleep. So we can't do anything with getting rid of the cabin fever. Or actually, maybe there are some foods that attack that directly. There's a few strategies for dealing with, really. Ours is going to be this pemmican and the birch bark that you saw. Oh, there's our coffee. Oh, there's the other emery. Shoot, I'm not going to be able to get back up, I bet. Let's drop this here. Let's leave the tenderplex down here. Just I don't know what it is. Neat, right?
Rest suit, I'm gonna fade.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, so getting back to cabin fever. So you can, aside from sleep, there are other ways to refill the fatigue meter, and there's also ways to refill the condition meter. Like essentially the point of the game is that I never addressed this directly, but it's to not die. Obviously, that's the bottom meter, the line. You got to keep that above 0. That's the fundamental goal of the game. And that drops when any of the other 4 meters are at 0. So we see the fatigue meter right now is almost at 0. So when that hits 0, you'll see the line start to drop. And that's basically it. That's the central game mechanic. So we can we just need to keep condition above 0. So even if fatigue is at 0, we find ways to refill the condition meter, the bar, then we'll be fine. So we have a split strategy that attacks both those things. So the key tool here is birch tea. A drink you can make out of birch bark. And that just directly refills your condition meter. And you can, it does it at a rate that's way faster than the drain. So you can just continue drinking birch tea throughout the stay in Langston Mine, and it'll keep your condition meter up. The other is the fatigue meter. And the two things we use to address this are coffee, which I brought a ton of. Let's make some. And the pemmican gives actually an even greater boost. Greater boost than coffee. So I brought mass amounts of those 3 things: birch, coffee, and pemmican. And that is the plan, is to keep consuming those things for 25 days. Now, cabin fever won't kick in for a few days. So it's really more like 20 days supply of birch tea and fatigue items. Geez, I do not have time for this.
Man, I am too tired to think straight.
Yeah, you'll be fine. So pemmican is made from cured meat. Part of the reason I decided to do this run is because I've just been stockpiling a bunch of things, then it kind of like, coincidentally, they were what I needed to do the prep for this mission. So cured meat you make by just putting meat in a salt box that you have to build and you have to supply with salt and time. That was actually a bit of a good test run. See, the fatigue meter is at 0 now, and so you can see it better here. And you can see a black line starting to form here at the end of the condition meter. How do I spring risk? It doesn't make any sense. I guess you always have it when your fatigue meter's at 0. So anyway, let's get on with it. So I had cured all this meat just as something to do, basically to kill time. And I had been collecting, how do you call it? These berries. These rose hips. And also I had a big pile of fat, kind of all in the same place. These are all the ingredients you need for pemmican. So I just decided to make a ton of this and started collecting birch on this rotation, just going between these different regions. Nope. Supplement. There we go. And coffee I've always loved, so I've been hoarding that since the start of the game. I use it pretty sparingly, so... Oh, perfect timing for a blizzard. Is that it? Are we ready to go? I think so. Oh, I can lead the axe, right? Yes. Anything else I can just outright leave here? I want to leave some food here because I want it to be available when I come out of the cave, just in case. Just look at my temperature meter just dropping. What What is it out here? Jesus, 32 below with my gear. What's the raw temp? 39, 28 degrees of wind chill. Relax. Supply of coffee, and there's some other supplies I've left further down the mine. So now, lantern oil is something I've been a bit paranoid about because it's obviously going to be pretty important to be able to see down here. So I brought a ton of it. I'm just not sure how much I'm going to use though. So that was the one thing I definitely saw no calculations for. It's going to be, a lot of it's going to be up front, just moving stuff around. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Oh, I'll do it after I bring all the meat in. Where'd I put the pots? Those are up top, right? Yeah, I need to take my photo. Oh, sticks. Losing this pemmican. It's so small and it just blends in that I keep being like, where is this? It's kilos. Slash, I said tens of thousands of calories. Jesus. Yeah, I got real lucky with this bear. It was right up the hill. And it was... Let's just bring everything in. I was asleep when I found it, so I just felt terrible, but just shot it in the head from like a foot away, and it was too easy. So the reality is that it's so warm in the caves that we don't even need most of our clothing. The caves in the mine. Yeah. I could lose even more of this, honestly. So it feels someone feels weird about taking too much of it off. But the boots we definitely need to take with us, and I'll explain that later. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, you know, we can lose some of our other supplies too. At this point, we no longer need our flare gun or flares. Handgun. This will make it easier to just take stuff down the rope. Needed to bring the shells, that's fine though. I really need the medicine, but it's also pretty light, so. Plenty of matches for fires. Should be at least. Okay. So I'm not exactly sure. I don't believe we're in the mine proper right now. We're in kind of like a connected mine. I'm not exactly sure when you officially like cross over. So I'm not exactly sure when the challenge will start, but it's going to be shortly. This stuff just stays here. We'll pick it up on our way out. Wow, we might be able to get it all down on this trip. That'd be awesome. No, I think there's a ton of firewood in here, actually, now that I think about it. And, oh, and all that cured me at 23 kilos. Yeah, it'll take a few trips, a couple trips at least. A couple, 3 trips. So let's do, pots. Here. There's got to be like a hotkey for this that I don't know about. This is the type of stuff that you should be watching a better streamer for. Oh, the pots. Oh, and the firewood. So I really feel like I've over-prepared for this, but the reality is that I did not want to get down there and got it to day 24 and run out of supplies, you know? Because pulling it all together again would be a nightmare. Like, a lot of this was stuff I've just been collecting for no reason for 200 in-game days, you know, just supplies. I was hoarding up. And I'm not excited about the prospect of having to do that with intent. Okay, so these are rebreather cartridges, and I'll show you what those are about when it becomes relevant. Fire log. Okay, I probably brought too much oil now that I look at it, but... Okay, so that should be it. Okay, let's do a mental check. We got our birch. We got our coffee. We got the pemmican. We got firewood. We got meat. And we have lantern fuel. And those should be the key things we need. And rebreather cartridges. I'll finally get some spooky music. Good timing. Okay, let's try and bring our... Okay, this is just a side room down here, but I brought some supplies down earlier. This was actually just here. Let's grab it, though. It's where we kept our supply of birch. This is weeks. This represents weeks of work. Weeks of in-game work. Let's grab, what else should we grab on the way by? Easy to carry. So long, sunlight. I'll see you in 25 days. I mean, it really is hazardous down here too, so aside from just like having to have the supplies, you really need to be careful, because I don't want to just die randomly for no reason. A pile of meat somewhere. Somewhere down in this mine, there should be a pile of meat for us. There's our pile. Let's grab that coal on our way by. Actually, just grab it now so I don't forget. This is my least, well, there's two spots I really dislike. This is one of them. The bridge, sketchy bridges in this game. They're the things that frighten me the most. Jesus, rip. Rip. And this bridge, this is even worse. This is literally the worst. Look at this. was a blackened crevasse. And this, the first time I got to this, I was like, are you literally meant to cross this? So this is where we're burning a ton of lantern fuel. This is the part I was really worried about, so. We're almost to the mine. So we're gonna be pretty close.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Oh, I don't really care. Even longer than I remember. There we go. I think basically here, I think we are in, I'm pretty confident we're in the actual mine at this point. Is there not like a supply bin or something? That would really be convenient. 60 friggin' cattails. Did not grab the pemmican of the water in his shop. I can't go down. You see, oh, it's impossible to see on the stream, I think. There's like, you can basically see the gas already. It's right below that light. This is our first gas pocket, so this is where we bring up, we're gonna bring all our stuff here, then take it through the gas. I need to find a container for these birch for my cattails. There, perfect. So I'm not manually picking up 160 birch off the ground. Anything else we want to stash here? It's our rebreather mask. Hey, how's it going, Marco? Yeah, I want to get this achievement done. I kind of went over it at the start, but I want to get a record of it because it's like weird and difficult. I want to prove that I did it. So get used to this mine because this is where we're gonna be. Jeez, look how fast it burned for that fuel. That's terrifying. We're gonna be reverting to torches at some point. Not even back to meat pile yet. This is like this mine. Yeah, I was kind of worried about this. I guess really the only concern is lantern fuel, so no biggie. I must have passed meat pile. Huh. Oh, jeez. I didn't notice it moving before. Oh, God, it gives me vertigo so bad. Yeah, I hope it works out, too. I don't want to have to do this again. If this doesn't work, honestly, there's a good chance that I just do it the easy way. Yeah, we have the other things going on this morning. We got Formula 1, which I plan to just watch later so I can skip through boring parts. And then I got an iRacing championship I'm in contention for, but honestly, the best thing I can do for that right now, I think, is not race. And I might have it in the bag. So that's why we're not doing iRacing. There, is that meat pile? This is just meat pile now? Oh my God. That is such a long walk, and that took like half a lantern full of fuel. Oh God. Yeah, the logistics, I guess that's really the weakness of taking this route into the mine, is all the space you have to use fuel for. I wonder if I'm even have enough to exit this way. Oh, I kind of need to because I left my clothes up here and my weapons. So, okay, something to think about as we approach the end of the challenge. It's fatigue looking. So definitely the cabin fever countdown has started. It'll kick in a few days. But we can sleep and recover until then, so I'm not really worried about fatigue as of yet. Gosh, how much is this going to bring down in one load? I'm not even going to get the whole firewood pile. Oh, maybe. I feel like I've got more firewood than I need. How many burn hours is this? This is 2 per log. That's 14 right there. And then is this like an hour and a half? It's like 26 hours or something like that. That's a lot. Plus the, yeah, I probably don't actually need this much. Plus the sticks. These are mostly to start fires, so I guess I don't need all of this. This is 27 hours, jeez.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Nope. Let's get to it, man. Fuel is just burning. God, that's a lot of trips through the gas, but I expected all of this at least. I'm nervous in the face of it, but I did expect all of it. All of the, like, the lantern fuel thing, I knew I'd have to walk a lot in the dark. Taking 3 or 4 trips through the gas, I brought the rebreather cartridges for that. Probably just should have calculated firewood. Like, this is probably enough. With the coal that I'm going to find inside the mine. Rotting deer meat inside a cave. Delicious. Yeah. One thing is that I would like to get all of my supplies down into the... I think it's just going to take one trip after this, but into the spot where I know we're inside the mine, so at least at least I'm working on the 25 days. Let's get to that point. And then I can worry about the logistics of getting it all to the gas and so forth. I'm going to need to grab more lantern fuel already. Couldn't be creepier. Thank God for the miner's lantern. It's inherent efficiency. Anything else like cattails? Obviously, now I'm wishing I'd been more clever with calculating how much stuff I need versus just guesstimating. But I was always going to want to overshoot those targets, so... This, yeah, I definitely have enough fuel. I'm not going to grab any more of that fuel. So we're freaking good there. Like, grossly over collected. What did I say, 50 hours? Yeah, so that's the gas. This I can't lose track of. It's my biggest chunk too. That's it. We're good. I think one more load and we'll be good. We'll be at least kind of down in the mine. Cooking all this meat. So there were a lot more supplies and things in this section of the mine when I first came down, or first came up, actually. I traveled down from the head frame from the mine processing plant originally, and I came out this way. That was all done a while ago, so it's all empty now. Oops. That's it. The mine. This was such a creepy DLC. All the DLC quests were so strange, but this one was especially weird. Like, all the time you spend down here. I finished it at like 1 in the morning, and the end of it is so weird. It was such a strange experience, but man, this is such a fantastic game. Like, I had a few experiences like that. I'm like, wow, I'm not gonna forget that anytime soon. This was originally like an ore mine, a normal mine for just something they were pulling out of the ground. But then, in the context of the game, after I don't know if it was even still an active mine. It might have been. Started running these weird experiments down here that started making people sick, and they've had like a huge impact on the population of Great Bear Island, where the game takes place. It's alluded to both like kind of obliquely and directly, depending on whether you're in story mode or what you're doing. We were essentially just kind of like figuring that mystery out, what they had been doing down here, and like what happened to the people involved. Stiff here, just from jamming forward. Yeah, I cannot believe how much excess fire burning material I have. Out of control, man. Gloves. I should just take those and tear them down so I can stop checking it. Ugh. Dude.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
So much friggin' meat. Oh gosh, I'm gonna be going so slow. Alright, tell you what. I'm just gonna lug it down to meat pile, at least we can like muster there. Make sure I didn't bury anything there. Oh gosh, I'm not even gonna make it to meat pile. I don't want to sleep like I got to use a coffee or something. Use my fatigue items early. Oh yeah, and I'll eat some pemmican. Just check up there. I never go up that path. This doesn't lead anywhere.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Relax. You're gonna be fine. Meat pile. Whew. Freaking hassle. Okay, so checking in since we got nothing else to do. We're already down in the mine, so this is we're not. I don't know if we are officially in the mine or just in, like, you know, I don't know if the timer has started on the challenge basically, but we're almost to that point where I know that for a fact. There's definitely one last trip after this just to get the rest of our meat and wood. I wonder if I should go get more of those sticks. The thing about coal, so down in the mines there's regenerating coal, so there might be quite a bit of that when we get closer to our, like, final base, our final campsite. But the thing is, you can't light it directly. You need to light it with something else. So that's why I brought those sticks. And then the firewood you can also light directly. I just need to make sure I have enough of those so I can start fires. But honestly, I think I can just use torches if it gets desperate. Let's test that out. Yeah, I can just use torches, so it's not that critical. cannot forget the stuff in that box. That's absolutely critical. Jeez, where is the freaking... There it is. My god. Absolute maze down here. Okay, let's drop off the rest of our meat. Our pemmican. Firewood. Oh. Just where to drop that off. A little bit of extra meat. Drink the coffee. Okay, let's get the rest of our stuff. I got 5 viewers. This is unusual for a long dark stream of all things. Say what's up in the chat, guys, if you care to. This one, I expect straight up. For me, this seems like a pretty boring stream. Like it is. The rest of it is taking place down in these mines, and most of it is going to be standing in front of a fire barrel, just crafting stuff. So. But I needed to get this on stream. I needed to get a record that I had done this. And also just I don't know what's going to go wrong here and like what I did right and what I did wrong in terms of preparation. So this is a good record of that. If God forbid I actually fail it and have to try it again. Should go pretty quickly though, honestly, once I get started. It's just the travel. The travel stuff takes forever. That's why none of that I did on the stream, because I'm like, that would be hours. Me walking, just even walking from my main base in Coastal Highway where I had all my supplies. Or even the sub base in Mystery Lake, even this was a massive walk. That was a struggle in and of itself. I tried using the travois for the first time. There's like a sled that you can load supplies on. And it has some weaknesses. I think it definitely helped me make it in one trip, but it has some real weaknesses. So that was fun learning about that thing. And then the hunting, that was another like 3 in-game days of just blasting the hell out of all the local wildlife to procure all this meat that you're seeing me piling up in places. The lantern oil was the work of just cooking hundreds of fish over the course of weeks. The pemmican itself, that was like 3 separate massive cooking sessions, maybe more honestly. Okay. Can I take all this? I would love to just take all this equipment and stop thinking about it, you know? Okay, so this is actually it. Next time we cross over into the main mine, then I'll know for sure that the timer started. I should probably go up and get some more of that wood, but I can't even bring myself to do it. Even I can recognize like gross over preparation when I'm staring it in the face. Walk by this corpse. What's up, bud? Let's give this dude a name. That'd actually probably make it more grim. Yeah, there's 2 or 3 bodies still down here in the mines. Not to mention the DLC. Oof. The quest-related room. I hope I don't get game crashes or anything, because I'm not really able to save. Oh, no, that's not true. I'll save when I'm sleeping, so that's something. I know this says it's ruined, but we are at level 5 cooking skill. And that means as long as food is cooked, you will not get food poisoning. Pemmican is a cooked food, so level 5 cooking I think is important to this challenge, the way we're doing it. I mean, it would be really helpful even if you, without the cabin fever thing. It would be super useful. But definitely, the way we're doing it, it is critical. Because if I needed it to make all that pemmican, frankly. Drink another coffee in a bit, but I think we're good at this point. Oh yeah, because you get extra carry from the pemmican. I should have thought of that earlier. Oh man, so here we are. Our bark.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
You know, I'm not interested in your complaints. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I hadn't even mentioned that I collected these 67 cattails. That's, what's the calculation on this? 150 times 67. That's 10,000 calories. So, food-wise, I think we're honestly in like crazily over-prepared shape. But as I've repeated a few times, I didn't want to have to do this twice. So, what should we take through? Any meat on me? Okay, so we're definitely in the mission now, or in the mine now. So timer started. We lost maybe half a day moving all this stuff around, so we'll get maybe 4.5 days without cabin fever. I'm gonna say 4 days to be safe. And now we get to see. So this is a gas pocket. You're actually just even, if you walk into this gas, you acquire suffocation risk. And that builds the longer you're in there. But what we have is a rebreather mask and all those lovely cartridges we brought. Can I sprint? I probably should, but I don't. This is going to become a real balancing act. Jeez, look how much that's using. So I chose this path because I just need to go through this one pocket. Yeah, see, that's some of the naturally occurring coal, firewood. Honestly, just bring all our supplies through. I think that's a good idea. Carry it all to the main base. I'm gonna keep those on me, actually. Kind of heavy, but this is the spot where I need them, so. Holding that, I guess that extra weight is probably the rebreather cartridges. So. Do I have anything on me I can eat? I guess just this prepped food. These carts, Jesus Christ, it's almost another full one gone. Yeah, they don't last very long. Just get out of this stuff. Tell you what, we're actually gonna take care of food and rest and get that done. I don't need to be using my stamina or my fatigue reducing stuff now before that, you know, before I need it. That's silly. So let's head to our camp. Hold the coffee. Oh, I'm loaded up, so. finish the moving after we get some sleep. Kinda did think about that. I don't need to be slamming copies now and using that pemmican. Like, that's gonna be super critical after cabin fever sets in, so let's focus on, like, what we're doing here. Oh, yeah. How do I have this many viewers? Is this my most watched stream ever? I'm getting, like, Daytona 2025 numbers here. Please hold. There it is. I thought there was a lantern here. It's not. There's some permanent lighting down in the mines, which is nice, but not a lot. It marks just some junctions, and that's it. I see plenty of wood down here. I guess if I had brought that axe, there's one. If there was a burn barrel near here, this would be. Oh, there is. Is this? Maybe this is where we should make our camp. Is there a bed up in the office? Because this would be perfect. That lantern is super useful. Please, please, please. No. How far away is the other encampment? Oh, Jesus Christ, it's way down there. Maybe we just go there for the first couple of days and then come back here? Honestly, I'm inclined to just use my... There's like a storage box here. I'm inclined to just use my... sleeping pad here. In fact, I am going to do that. Like, it's going to be so much less work hauling supplies. We'll check the mine office, but... Oh, this would be so clutch if there was a bed up here. Just the desk, though. Okay, well, whatever. I don't really care about putting wear on my sleeping pad, frankly, so... So wait, I have some meat, right? Yeah, you could say that. Tomorrow we'll take a walk to the base we were originally planning to use.
Come on, little fire.
See if there's any supplies there we can grab. Peach. It is pitch back up. There was, yeah, even with this lantern, It's on the other side of this pole, and it just does not help at all. I guess a little bit. As my eyes adjust. Okay, well, let's start piling stuff up, I guess. That's our supply bin. That is super handy that it's right there. This will be our wood pile. I might have to move my bed a little bit. That's okay. Sticks around the front. Wood or meat we'll leave over here in front of the bin. I'm gonna make 6 steaks total tonight. Cured meat will be here. Pemmican will be over here. Coffee next to it. Okay. Better really not bring any water down here. Well, you know what? If that lantern was just on this side of the bowl, whatever, it's still helpful. Okay, so this organization I think is going to work out pretty well. Take a look at the calendar. So one interesting thing is that we're around 354. So I will pass a year in game underground. So I guess, yeah, here's where we crossed in. So for about a day we've already been down here. So basically when we get to around day 78, we should be done with the challenge. So, might be a day later. I'm going to start using torches more extensively. The thing is, we won't really need our lantern as much here pretty quickly once we get everything set up. So let's go down to... go down to where our base was supposed to be located. It's such more of a hike, and I don't want to drag all my stuff over there, so. It's not right. Suck gas, but it was just like the edge. If you go down the other direction, you run into it. Imagine lugging all that crap this much farther. The only thing we really need is the burn barrel, so. I would have preferred to have, here it is. It's not that far, frankly, but cashed out. And man, I dragged up everything, even the water. Wow, that's ridiculous. Yeah, there's like beds and stuff here. Oh, car battery. So that's nice, but after 5 days we won't be able to sleep anyway, so. Will become pointless. If it was the full 25, I would, you know, if I was doing it, if I was doing it without cabin fever, then yeah, I would definitely, and then, oh, this is the exit to the, it's one of the exits to the mine. Way more direct, but you have to go like basically right to the heart of the zone of contamination, which is not my flavor. If I was doing this without cabin fever, I would definitely, the base would be here for sure, because I would be using that bed constantly. We'll save ourselves just a bit of hiking. It's it feels pretty short now, all things considered, considering how long the miner's footpath was and how long that took. This is kind of minor, but whatever. Savings is a savings. It's mostly lantern fuel that I'm concerned about at this point. Yeah, maybe I'll go down there to sleep though. That'd be kind of funny. See, once we get everything set up. So much fuel down here. Yeah, I totally over prepared. Maybe people will learn from that. Jeez, again with the viewers. Nice to see everyone. Feel free to chat. Ask any questions you'd like about this challenge. I've kind of described it as I've been doing it, but I just get lost. No, I did not. If I take the other branch, that's another one of the other exit or entrances. But again, it's so hard to access it on the Zone of Contamination. I have to go through a couple of those irradiated zones and a couple of gross molds. Yeah, there's another one of our corpse friends. Green boots or whatever. I assume starvation. It's not a heat thing if you're down in the mine, but I think we can access the chemical pool. Yeah, if we go underneath that motor. I have more stuff I need to grab on the other side, right? Yeah. This time we're just gonna sprint through it. Fatigue's not an issue, it's just so I can just sleep now. But I gotta protect, I don't have that many rebreathing cartridges. I need to make sure I have one to get out also at the end of this thing. Leave that there just in case. I'm gonna leave that fuel pile. I don't think I'm actually gonna bring any more of that. I can always come back for it. That is such a gross pile of meat. No, I do need to bring some of that actually, but just not all of it. So how many trips through this? I'm probably about to run out of this rebreather cart. Just hauling. God damn it. And I have 5 left, I think. I really need to be careful. So. That was my major concern taking this route into the mine. It was just that patch of gas. It doesn't look very big, but man, it's just chewing through my rebreathers. That's pretty finite. I think maybe you can trade for them, but Jesus, what kind of a hassle is that going to be? Again, once we get everything set up, we'll be able to grind through the challenge pretty quickly, but I'm just gonna take a few trips. I guess I could just sprint like a maniac. I guess like fatigue is sort of the least of my worries, but there's kind of a faster food burn rate, and I don't really want that. So. so much extra meat. So how many? I should kind of like try and keep track of these. That's about 10,000 calories. Wait. Keep forgetting the venison down at the bottom. That's 10K. That's 10K. That's 34,000 right there. And then the cured meat, I can count this out later too, but what are these? It's a bit hard, 900 per bundle. Yeah, maybe a little overbought. Plus the, what did I calculate? 12,000 in cattails. Plus the pemmican itself. Makes up the gap. Birch tea has some calories, so we got some from that. Jesus, and we're gonna be so good on firewood. Yeah. All this coal down here. Give me some creepy mine music. Where's the audio? There it is. Oh good, it's nice and loud. Okay. Well, again, guys, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. Like, I don't know what I need to clarify versus what's obvious. It seems pretty simple. It's all, like, this challenge is all about just understanding what the game mechanics, like the subtleties of the game. Oh, I've got to run through. Let's drag this stuff back first, actually, and see what we're dealing with in terms of supplies. My emergency emeries, that's 6,000 calories between the three of them. Again, the number we're trying to hit is about 75 to, I would say, 80,000 calories. Is that our entire fuel supply? Not bad.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We could, but we're not going to. And I could try and measure out my fuel too. Which is just organizing this stuff is probably not a bad idea. How did I end up with so much more meat than I needed? I guess I just got into hunting. The bear was a bit light. It was 28 pounds or something, 28 kilograms or something like that of meat. Pulled off that bad boy. do the meat first. Jeez, dude, so oversupplied. That's 10k. So this is about, it's more than 40,000, but let's just say 40k of calories. That's 47,000 just from the meat, the uncooked meat alone, and then the cured meat I'm not going to even get a count. No, probably. And then MREs. One of our backup foods. Wait. Random. Marie's over here. Search for tea. That's scary. That's really scary. Should have brought like a old beat up bedroll for this. This doesn't really need the heat bonus is unimportant. Lantern fuel. Let's put this here. Spare torch. Actually, you know where I want this? Okay, so the firewood thing. What is cedar? Cedar, I think, is 90 minutes. So this is... $6 of burn. This is 21 hours. And this is 4 hours. So over 30 hours right there. It's like our water supply and then some. Did I forget to drop something? All that coal on the ground, jeez. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine for fire material. Okay, I think one more trip through the gas ought to do it. As long as this doesn't change to miner's footpath, then we're probably good. That's it. Hopefully that's enough. And now I'm like, oh geez, I should go back for meat pile, but no, I don't want to do that. So. Reclaimed wood, I think, is the worst value here. So maybe let's. There we go. How many freaking sticks? Okay, let's do it. Last trip through the gas, I hope. Let's just hope we've got the supplies. Leave the rest of our rebreather cartridges here. Now we are in it. Inside the gas pocket, like we're in the mine. Time to get down to business. Sort of just realized it makes sense to organize stuff over here so I can see it via lamplight. This is a pile of 6, 7. 2,000 calories. We're gonna be great on calories. There's no concern here at all for me. Honestly, a bunch of this is gonna go uneaten because we'll be using pemmican. I hadn't brought the emeries because these I'm gonna want to look out. Okay. So this is kind of the spread. We got our pemmican, got our coffee, we're holding the birch, got our fire fuel over there on the wall, all our meat here, water collection. Fantastic. Backup emeries. So, it's time to do some prep. There's a horrifying picture. These are gas lights down in the mine that are super handy. Like, this is the only place in the game this exists. But don't quote me on that. Okay. Paired birch bark. We need 2 birch barks to make one tea. I don't really need this for anything afterwards, so I'm just going to prepare it all. Like, I don't need the unprepared birch, so there's no risk in just going through and getting it all prepped. What's my fatigue looking like? I can see the sun. The day and night cycle means just less than nothing, especially after a few days down here, so. Let's go ahead and get our sleep. That means our beds, yeah. We'll start doing this prep, and then eventually we'll get to the point where we're just grinding through day after day, so. Where's the bedroll? I can't customize down here. It's a shame. That would be really handy. There it is. Sleep's great because it passes a ton of time, so that's another thing. Is we have an alternate method for passing time, but that was something else we had to consider. Is that just sitting here, like, gameplay, I saw someone did the calculations, and it's something like 40 hours of real time if you aren't doing anything to pass time artificially. Like, sleeping passes, you know, I did 8 hours there or whatever, 8 hours game time in like 10 seconds. If you're not doing that, then it's like, it's hours upon hours. What am I even trying to do here? Cook, I guess? Let's finish our birch prep. We don't really need the food for a bit. Alright, time for food prep. Oh, there's like an aurora or something outside. Oh, the lights don't really help me though, do they? All my stuff is just outside of where it would be creepy. Must be, what do you call it? This electric fog. Let's just do a ton of cooking. Just get myself completely disoriented.
Come on, little fire. Come on. Okay. I'm gonna maybe store my cooked food over here so it's easier to locate. Smart. I'll probably actually start storing water over here too. That seems like a good idea. So the more stuff I have, like in this, the radius of this light, the more I can conserve my lantern fuel. It's just like you can almost see stuff here, but not quite, so. Like that I'm able to collect snow down in this mine for some reason, like kind of was gracious of the game to kind of throw us a bone on that one. I don't have to hike up to the surface for snow. Okay, so I guess the next thing is basically just killing time until cabin fever sets in. Which time do I have? Oh. So by day 350, at the end of 356, we should really start to be careful to keep our fatigue up, because we want to be at like a max fatigue when cabin fever starts. Just to make the most of our resources. It looks like, I mean, we're so oversupplied, it doesn't really matter, but it's still a good idea. We're just gonna keep making water, actually. Maybe tomorrow we'll start making teas. The real time killing is going to come in later, but right now we need to kind of bank resources. I have a ton of fatigue. We're just gonna keep going, man. Of course, I need more coal. Oh, nope. Is it done? Thank God. Man, that fog has been going on for hours at this point. It'd be a pain in the butt if we were up on the surface. There's this fog. Why even get into this? This fog they added in the DLC areas. I forget. Why am I forgetting the name of it? Glimmer fog. Jesus, thank you. Thank you, me. Thanks, internet. I don't really need the map right now, I guess. And it's like normal fog, it obscures your vision, but it also gives an illness called, yeah, we don't get underground, it's called insomnia, or an ailment called insomnia, which makes it difficult to sleep. It's more annoying than anything. I haven't found it to be a real hazard, honestly. You can sleep, it's just like you have to keep like re-clicking on your mattress to start sleeping again. But if you're underground, is one of the ways to avoid it. So any mine works. What are we doing here? Just do one more, and then let's cook a little meat. We have a ton of fatigue meters looking great right now, so. Yeah, we're not using a ton of this when we're not actually doing anything but walking from our water pile to the stove. So how much water do we have here? This is something to keep track of. 5 liters. I'm already giving up on that. I don't really want to spend time organizing water. Just make it as we need it. You know, maybe it'd be safer to just keep cooking. I mean, I have a lot of sticks. What is bear meat? Cooked bear meat is 1,125 calories. Oh! There we go. It's 1,125 calories, so we got more than 1,000 out of those. So you can see where my calculation is like very conservative. Okay, maybe let's call it a day. So I gave the pre-warning both at the start of the stream and at the entrance to the mine. Like, this is where it's gonna get dull. Like, it might get kind of interesting as I calculate the birch teas and stuff once we get into cabin fever, but it'll pick up while we do some work there. But then it's gonna get super boring again. So maybe I should start making teas now. I guess let's actually do some of that over the course of the next day. We'll cook some more meat. Make some more teas. For burn barrel. Sakes. Meat did I have? I like some meat I just left on the ground from God knows when. Alright, there we go. You can see we did most of our fuel burning at the start there, just lugging stuff down. Here we turn it on for just a second.
Come on, little fire.
Honestly, this lantern is I'm really glad I picked this spot. That is a huge benefit. So. Hadn't planned on that. Give me that fresh bear meat. Okay, this is prepping our birch tea. This is going to be the backbone of our strategy. This and pemmican, the two-pronged assault on cabin fever. How many of these do I have? I wish it would give me a count. My hand's cramping up. Oops. Whatever. Oh man, they're piling up. Where's my stash? I need 2 more. Okay, so we're out of water. Just doing all these in bulk, or a bunch of these in bulk right now. Oops. Just for efficiency's sake. That should be almost it. Yeah, that was the last one. I got another 40 or whatever in here. Yeah, jeez. Okay. This coffee would be the next one to brew, but I'm not actually gonna go nuts on that. I'm gonna use pemmican at first. Well, maybe we should get a supply going. Couldn't hurt, right? Man. We're in the grind now, boys. Boys and girls. Gentlemen and ladies. Individuals. All identifications. So what am I doing? I was gonna say, oh, let's get some sleep, but like, Jesus, what is even the point? Need rest for anything, just keep grinding on this fire, frankly. 357 is when it really gets critical for cabin fever. So we want to find some balance with our, we don't want to go below half fatigue for sure by then. How much fire do I have left? I'm not actually gonna, oops, nope. Crap. Whatever. Oh, we got more glimmer fog. Glimmer fog's back. Look how bright it is over here now. This will be our coffee pile. Oh man, my cramping wrist. Maybe it's time to just kill some time. Yeah, let's do it. Well, first let's sleep as much as we can. That seems like a smart idea. Once we maxed out our fatigue, this is the way to kill time is, so you can sit in your bedroll, you can do something called pass time. Where's the bedroll again? Oh, for God's sakes. It's right there. It's right there. You can sit in your bedroll and pass time. But this uses a significant amount. This uses more calories than just standing around doing nothing. So it would, we're actually probably okay for that, but it would require us to burn a lot more calories. So we don't want to do that. So rather than sitting around doing nothing and literally taking forever, one way to pass time without burning additional calories or using any sort of additional resource is to destroy items. So what we have here is this pair of boots that we're not actually going to use after this event anyway. We do need to hang on to them for now, but it takes an hour and a half to harvest this. And what we can do is begin the harvest process and then cancel it before it finishes. That passes whatever time had passed. The boots are still in the same the same condition they were when we started that. So I can do this over and over and over and just continue passing time. I just need to be really careful not to fully destroy the pair of boots. And then as my resources deplete, I can just consume them. What are we gonna do? Let's just go back to harvesting. Day is it? What time is it? The ideal, I think, for this is the bearskin coat, which takes 2 hours. So you just have, you know, the harvesting. The process is a bit quicker. But I didn't have one, and I didn't want to make one, so nope. I'm surprised this doesn't count as being lit enough to do repairs. How strange. I'm just, my, like, big fear here is that I'm going to forget one of these times and I'm going to fully harvest these boots. Geez, I wonder if I kind of want to fully repair them just so that harvesting is the only option. Just have that one piece of leather, though.
I would drink almost anything about now.
I bet you would. $357. So let's start. At this point, we really do want to be. Okay, this is ridiculous. I have a feeling I'm going to slowly move all these supplies over to the... In fact, why wouldn't I just do that? Over to this, like, illuminated area so that I can just see it all. Yeah, this is by far the smarter move. Torch. Do the rest of it later. Is this an Aurora or Glimmer Fog? What time of day is it? Glimmer Fog, man, has been crazy up on the surface. I only had to deal with it like once when I was doing prep, so I got really lucky. I had like 3 bouts of it since I've been down here. At the end of 350, that is the absolute latest that we can go without having fever setting in, unless we already have it. Nope. Then it gets real. What am I even doing? Harvesting. Can I fully repair? Yeah, let's do it. before. So this is another achievement I'm trying to get on this run through, is getting all skills to level 5. Just the sole holdout is mending. I got, I don't know, 30, 40 more repairs before that'll top out. Okay, that is a lot more convenient. Yeah, that is going to make the grind a lot easier. That was a smart choice. Sucks, though, if I lose any condition on them. Oh, I should take them off. Yeah, it's not like I'm concerned about heat. That way the conditions shouldn't go down, I think. Forget how that works. Oh, I guess we're about to find out. Okay, BRB, I'm gonna get some water. I'm just gonna leave this up because it'll kill some time, so. Okay. Cabin fever kick in while I was away. Nope. Let's get back to harvesting. What are our stats? Yeah, let's get back to harvesting. Oh, I'm actually probably gonna get dehydrated here. I don't like that. Oh, it happened. I think it happened. Oh no! Oh, the cabin fever risk. Once this meter tops out, then
That guy who
then
drank his
we've
own
got
pee
it.
doesn't
But
seem
for
so
now, we
crazy
can
right
still
now.
sleep and recover. We want to time it so that just when risk tops out, we're fully rested. That'll like kind of maximize our situation. And then we just get to the birch teas, I guess. When was it? When did it start? Because that'll kind of indicate. It's about 20 days. So just as I calculated, 378. It's probably about right. 100% world explored, baby. So this is it. So now we're in it. Now we're in it, gang. Oh no! Shit! That was just what I was afraid of. Now I don't even have shoes to get out. Oh, god damn it. Wait, wait. I just slept. Hold on, hold on. I'm scum saving. Because otherwise this is going to take forever. Oh, phew. Yeah, I knew this was going to happen. That I would just forget one time and I would fully harvest the boots. But the thing is, that's the last save we can do, because you can only save when you sleep, and we can't sleep anymore. Or maybe, I wonder if you can sleep, but it just doesn't recover. Let's test that. Let's test that. Because at least then I can save the game periodically. Perhaps cowardly, but whatever. So you can save, I guess, just doesn't recover any condition. Oh, no, because I still have, this is just cabin fever risk, not cabin fever. Okay, once we get cabin fever, then we won't be able to save. Okay. Oh, I probably should sleep, though. Yeah, jeez. There it is. So we're fully rested, but unable to sleep anymore. Dog starts gyrating on the couch to celebrate. now is when, well, not quite yet. But we'll start just drinking birch teas soon. Then we can kind of get a balance of how much we're using in terms of coffee and pemmican and birch tea. I guess I would like to get to the meat first. So we'll lose condition and drink birch tea, and then we will start to use things that keep our fatigue meter up. Got a powerful thirst here. I'm taking a Steam screenshot of this because we're going to be looking at this view a lot over the next few hours of gameplay. Got an aurora outside. That fatigue meter dropping gives me anxiety. I'm so used to trying to keep it maxed out. So we'll give ourselves the one mulligan on the boots, but if I make the mistake again, I'm just gonna have to
Tired.
like, eat it. Oh, jeez, look. So once that eyeball icon, once that goes to 0, then we start losing condition. So we can address that in two ways. We can address the fatigue meter, the eyeball meter, or we can address the, well, I'll just show you what happens actually. Water, we don't want to go too long. Okay, let's go back to harvesting.
Man, I'm too tired to think straight.
Okay, now that our fatigue meter is 0, the condition meter is going to start dropping off as well. Yeah, I know I've got the old sea fever there. You can see the condition meter just going down and down. And down. Now what we don't want is for... Oops. What I didn't want is to drink that much. What we don't want is for the water meter or the hunger meters to drop to 0 too, because then the condition meter will drop even faster and it throws off all our calculations. So I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go ahead and eat this bar of pemmican. And you can see what this does is it gives us back some of the fatigue meter, so the eyeball is no longer. And so that prevents condition from falling. So that's one of the things we can do. Thirsty. But I can also consume this cup of coffee, and that gives me back a little condition too, not as much as the pemmican. Still thirsty, so what I could do is I have one in my inventory. There it is. Oh, I did. I bunch. Consume the birch tea. And that just directly fills the health bar. It gives me this restore condition. And I think it amounts to, it happens gradually, but I think it amounts to 5% total. And you regain at a faster rate than you lose it, so it's a net positive. I might actually might have to do some cooking here, because I'm going to start with the birch tea, frankly. Then start using coffee and pemmican. So I need to be aplenty thirsty. Of these. I might have to do kind of a blended strategy because I don't want, if my meter's full or my condition meter is full, then I don't want to be drinking birch tea because that's just wasted. That's a tea where I don't actually get the like 5% I'm going to need ultimately. So. Some cooking, I guess. Interesting. It's like that even.
So tired, I could lay down right here.
Oh, oops. Well, it's a good idea, I guess, to cook the same types of meat once. The rest of this is venison, so it's convenient. You see, this is why it's a good idea, I think, that level if I'm cooking, even if you're not going for the cabin fever, for the settled mine thing, is because all your meat's going to get moldy over the course of 25 days indoors. You're going to want to have that food poisoning buff. Like, you could make a bunch of prepared foods to avoid that, or I guess hoard packaged food, but either of those things seem like they would result in you having level 5 cooking anyway. Can't pass time. Oh, I don't have any of my carry buffs because that's so funny because my fatigue is so low. Well, good thing I don't have anywhere to go. So that's the real benefit. I kind of didn't even really understand that. That's the real benefit of using this harvesting technique, is that there's no other way to pass time. So your choices are either the harvest technique, or keep your fatigue above 0 so that you can pass time, or just sit it out, and that would be insane. There would be no point to that.
I could eat a horse. I would do anything for a drink right now.
Right there, Peach. Hey. Just gonna wander around on the desk. That's smart. I'm sure there's nothing you can do to screw up this game. Come on down. Yeah, super comfortable here. Come to you with this hoodie. I know this dog is going to distract me. I'm going to tear these boots up. It's like the only thing that could ruin this attempt, and that was this boots. What am I forgetting to do? No? What is your beef? They got a horrible crust. 6. All right, 1 second. That dog got a beef. That dog got a serious beef. Man, I see the benefit of that bearskin coat now. Harvesting? Yeah. cabin fever, you don't say. God, this is gonna take forever. Alright, let's get to it.
drink. Close my eyes. Come on, little fire. Too tired to think straight.
Man, no idea how long this has been muted. That's great, though.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
That's fantastic. All right, we got about 9 days left. Let's do the steaks first. Man, I should have done all the birch beforehand when I could skip 6 minutes at a time. This is going to be a pain. I'm glad I did that, the huge batch that I did in the coffee also. I guess if I, as long as my fatigue is above 0. Okay. Okay. Okay, we can make this work. Let's get that last steak in. Oh, no, it's not just the fatigue, it's the... Okay, this is gonna suck. do I have left? 20 inches.
Jeez, I need to close my eyes.
Yeesh. My hand is really starting to hurt. Gotta be almost done with this. freaking teas could I possibly have? Oh, thank God. Okay. And we're on day. Possibly 8 more days, we'll see. Just make a bunch more water while we're here. Why not? This moldy piece of pemmican. The stuff preserves super well outdoors, but quite poorly inside, I guess. Okay, back to it.
I need to rest soon. I need to find a place to rest. I am too tired to think straight.
8 viewers with 7. Someone just checked out. Fair enough. Oops. Anakin ruined. What are you gonna do? Check the
So tired.
calendar here in a second, see how much left we have. Getting there. So what I'm trying to do is kind of balance it out here. But I think I want to use all the birch by the end if I can.
I am too tired.
It's the most easily renewable by far. I like to save some of the pemmican and as much of the coffee as I can. Day, night, middle of the night. So there's some more outside. Jesus. to...
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Fair enough. Guess I should make some more coffee. We'll wait till we get through this food.
So tired. I'm so tired I could lay down right here.
How many of these do I have left? Jeez. It's 20, 25, 23. Got a lot of pemmican. I've got quite a bit of coffee. Might be almost time to make coffee. We're sitting. man. We're getting there. Done. Brain problem up here. Okay. Guess it's time to make some coffee. I don't want to be left with a bunch of birch at the end of this. Are we out of steaks? Alright. It is time to do some more cooking. Make some coffee. Man, the stream is a beast. What is this going to be, like 5 hours? Something like this.
Come on, little fire.
I'm kind of slow. Ugh, I had like game action, so this part took longer than I expected. I suppose I should probably cook a little bit more. It's just moldy bear meat. Okay. Slam some of this moldy bear meat.
Man, I am too tired to think straight. So tired. I'm so tired I could lay down right here.
Man, I'm losing viewers here. Well, we'll get it eventually. Don't you worry.
Just need to close my eyes.
Is that the duration warning? Should have put parentheses boring in the title of
I am
this.
too tired to think straight.
Oh man, we are so close to the end of this.
So tired.
Yeah, not a lot of surprises to this. This is sort of what I expected. Kind of finding a balance for those for the birch, the coffee, and the birch, the coffee, and the pemmican. I'm overstocked in the pemmican for sure. So, or you know, as at least in terms of a combination of the three. So,
Think about his food.
which are whining. it's not, so it's not that challenging. Find a situation where I'm like, you know, constantly doing okay.
So tired.
I don't think I've gone below like 80% health at the very worst.
Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink.
Exactly, surrounded by snow. I wouldn't say that's accurate.
Just need to close my eyes.
Okay, when we get down to this Burdick T, we should be approaching the end of this thing. Yeah, I mean, another day by my calculations. We were definitely in on 354, so. So it should be tomorrow. Where were we?
Man, I am too tired to think so.
You're fine. I'm not even gonna get to the cured meat. That's awesome. I have a ton of pemmican left as well. So. Pemmican.
So tired. Getting a bit thirsty.
Oh my god, just 5 hours.
I'm so tired I could lay down right here.
Okay, sometime today, hopefully. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to use the bathroom. Bring up the Steam console, make sure I didn't just miss it. Nope. If it doesn't pop soon, we're gonna have to get more water. There it is! Bam! 25 days, we're done. Man, and look at all the supplies we had left. Alright, so now it's time to clear out. But first, a hand for myself. For wasting a ton of time with this. Okay, so here's how it's going to break down. We are not taking any of the wood. I will take the standard emergency stick and one piece of coal. Even though it looks like a white dog poo, I'm taking the pemmican because this is highly valuable material over here. How much water and food do I have? I might actually drop this depending on how much other stuff we pick up. Oh god, because you gotta look at the... I need to try and max my condition. All these birch teas. I'm gonna eat as much pemmican and drink as much coffee as I can. Try and keep that bar up. How much is in one of these? 563. I don't have the overhead. No, I do have the overhead. Excellent. With the MREs, if we can hold them. Oh yeah, look at this. It's beautiful. Got the coffee. The pots we have to take. Jeez, I'm glad I remembered that. Lamp oil. Okay, that's perfect. We'll drop the steaks if we need to. Anything in here I don't need? Probably drop some of the birch teas. Oh no, those are actually pretty sweet, so. That'll save some room actually. Wearing the boots instead of carrying them. So we'll just eat as we go, but I want all of this and all this equipment, so. Oh no. cured meat. I want all this cured meat. This might be tricky. Right on the edge. Drop water too if I need to. Alright, let's roll. Just gonna actually double check Steam to make sure. Yeah, too greedily, too deep. There it is. Okay. Yeah, the wood and the rest of the meat is just too heavy to carry. But this cured meat, however, it's a cured meat in pemmican. These are very valuable traveling goods. So. I was able to save so much of it, although, man. Didn't use a scrap of that cured meat. It would have been nice not carrying that across so much, using that stupid trebois across so much right there. Okay, now this part I'm gonna... Typically this seems like it'd be unwise. I'm gonna carry this open flame through the gas cloud. Gosh, it is going to be a long time before I come down into this mine again. Wow, I killed a ton of those. We are so close to becoming burdened here. I'll drink a coffee in a minute. I just got it, Marco. I just finished it a minute ago. So I'm just exiting the mine now. That was a straight grind. That was like a power grind. Took a bit longer than I thought, but for God's sakes. What's happening? Jesus Christ, that was terrifying. It seemed like that took a lot longer than it normally would. Get the hell out of here, Jesus. I don't even...
Man, if I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Okay, so what did we learn? The birch tea by itself was pretty potent. Like, just using that, I could have just collected that and brought in the, like, basically the meat I had. Right, nice. Okay, yeah. There was no reason to hang out for this. Like, that was kind of like doing the achievement alone is kind of masochistic, but like asking someone else to sit through the whole thing would just be interminable. This is the prep at the start and some of the explanation I think was invaluable, or somewhat valuable. And then just kind of getting an idea of what the execution was, but boy, I really wanted to have a record of this, so. I oversupplied in a big way, but that was like totally needed to get this in one, you know. The prep didn't cost anything, so all I'm trying to do is kill time in this game anyway until I get to 500 days. So I was like, well, this would be a good way to spend a good way. This will be a way to spend some of that time. So I have to cross both bridges. Yeah, that's a good point. You were engaging in your own brand of it. That game seems like it would make my attention span just implode. Watching the video of like what it looks like, I'm like, this is so frantic. It's just cards, for God's sakes. Why am I getting so anxious? Oh, buddy here. Sorry, homie. I'm gonna have to leave you there. I can't believe this is done. Got a bunch of viewers for some reason. My oh god, for a second I thought I might have left my bedroll. I'm sure there's something down there. I hopefully it was just wood and water and that excess meat. Was this where meat pile was stored? There's still another bridge to cross. God. Oops. Oh yeah, I'm sure. This is almost it. I was like, hey, maybe I should see what's down there. Well, you know what? This is probably the last time we're coming back, so let's take a quick look. Oh, wow. What is this? Oh, we are not doing this. This doesn't dead end right here. I'm just done. This might have been where I got the sport bow. Man, hell yeah, a can of corn I missed. That's my reward. That's the...
I'll take it.
That's the payoff. A can of corn. A winner is you. I don't want to walk in that. Okay, well, that's it. I got my winner's corn. You're doing the, yeah, the campaign. I don't enjoy this as much as survival, but I bet it's an interesting way to learn the game. Like, they added it way after I had started playing. So I had already done a bunch of stuff in survival. But it's good. The campaign's good. The only part is some of the cutscenes are, like, really long and depressing. And I'm like, you guys could cut this down. But the gameplay's fine, like doing the objectives. Just the thing to remember if you're doing a campaign is not to try and build up supplies. Like, don't try to get big caches. Just get the objectives as quickly as you can, because when you finish the chapter, all the stuff you have is gone anyway. So that is my #1 tip: is just focus on objectives. Do not hoard supplies. Hit a coffee and a pemmican, and that should allow us to climb out. Dude, all the excess firewood I brought down too. Holy crap, so much, so unnecessary. I'm glad I left this stuff up here at least. And I didn't leave anything down there. Give me that Pem. Unburdened. So that should get us where we need to in terms of... Oh, I shut the lantern off there. Yeah, just like, I don't know, go get a drink or something, like they get really dull. At first I thought it was just Grey Mother, but no, it's pretty much everyone. Milton Town. Yeah, let me know if you ever need tips with what to do next. I don't recall like how clear it is. Oh my god, I cannot wait to get outside. 25 days. If you did this in actuality, in this circumstance, you would lose your mind. We are super overburdened, but I also don't care. "25 days in some creepy mine." We're looking 48. Oh, it's gonna be great. It sounds like a horrific storm. Even that's gonna be nice. The guy at the gas station. I forget which. Oh, it's that like kind of creeper. Yeah. He's kind of like what's the guy? I don't know like the basics of literature theory enough to explain, but you kind of meet him periodically, and he kind of gives you updates on the world. Is sort of the general idea. All right, and that's it. Langston Mine. So the path we took in was the miner's footpath, which it's safer to access, but man, it was a pain lugging all that crap down to the fire barrel. So do I not? I can sleep outdoors, I think. I just can't sleep inside. Is how cabin fever works. I just want to get you out of the house. We're gonna walk back to our cave, and then we are gonna sack out. Yeah. Oh, and look at this, into this beautiful snow. Oh, I've never been happier to see it. Brutal. That challenge was unimpressive. Our exterior base, and we're gonna hang out here for the next day until we recover. But I'm gonna end the stream now because that is as long as it needed to go. So get our music on. Oh, is that a blizzard? Oh, beautiful. Just what I needed to see. We're staying in the cave for now, so we got plenty of food. We're good to go, but... all right. Well, on that, let's close it out. So thanks, everyone, who watched. I hope this is helpful to anyone that watches it in the future. I'm going to do a Reddit post, and I'll link that in the comments. And I'm also going to link probably the guide that I used for this. But this one was a pain in the butt. Like, it was one of those things where I'm like, I'm never doing that. I'm going to get it the easy way. And then eventually I was like, boy, I got like 150 days left in this save before I get to 500. Like, I got to do something. And so I started collecting birch, and I started curing meat, and eventually I just had all the supplies I needed. So that's it. So I'm going to close because I'm exhausted. I no need to drag it out. I did enough explanation at the start of the vid. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. I'm amazed I had so many viewers. But thanks, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks, Marco, for hanging. Finally get some chat after a break. Yeah, talk to y'all later.